Good evening and welcome to the Equity and Student Achievement Committee of the Whole. I'm Commissioner Camille Simmons, and this evening we're going to jump into the agenda and talk about a few things regarding science, curriculum, teaching and learning, and we'll have some presentations from our network. Right now we have no speakers listed to speak this evening. At this time, I'd like to entertain a motion to review and accept the minutes from the March 12th Equity and Student Achievement Committee of the Whole.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Motion moves. So at this time, I'm going to ask the Executive Director of Science, Ms. Edel Mader, to come on up, and she's going to present information regarding our science curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you, and good evening, President Elliott, Vice President LeBron, Chairperson Simmons, Commissioners, Superintendent Peluso, staff, RCSD students, and families. My name, as mentioned, is Edel Mader. I'm the Executive Director of Science, and thank you for providing me with this opportunity to share the selection process and recommendation to adopt a new standards-aligned Regents biology program. The graphic of the instructional core emphasizes the importance of the tasks, what the students are being asked to do. Today, I will share with you how the tasks we ask our students to do in a Regents biology program are required to change in accordance with the new standards, and I'll also share one of those tasks with you. A solid foundation is needed if we are to provide our scholars with an excellent biology experience. The BSCS biology program offers the resources teachers and students need to form this foundation. New York adopted a new set of science standards in 2016. Our state is now in phase 3 of that adoption process. Next week, our students in elementary and intermediate will have a new assessment aligned to these new standards. Next year, our biology students will need to have a new set of standards that they're being taught to, and as well as the investigations and assessment that are three-dimensional. Today I'm going to be telling you a little bit about what makes those so different and how those tasks need to change. We in RCSD, the same as around the state of New York, have been transitioning to this new set of standards since 2016. We adopted here in 2021 the Open SciEd biology program for science, and we are teaching that currently in grades 6 through 8. Last year, we adopted Amplify Science for grades K through 5, so we are in our first full year of implementation of using Amplify Science. Next year, I'm asking you to consider and to approve the use of BSCS biology in our Regents biology classrooms. This is a selection process, the outline, the timeline. We started about 18 months ago with the Regents biology by building capacity and understanding. We really needed our teachers to understand what was different about the standards and how that impacted instruction. So we started with that. From there, we went to a set of selection criteria, what we wanted to see in our classrooms, and how we would need to align our instruction to those standards. RFP was released in September. We had 8 vendors that submitted proposals. Our phase 1 of our review process was to look at just the submissions of the proposals. From there, we removed 2 from consideration, and we furthered the other 6, which we brought to phase 2. This was a presentation by the vendors. We reviewed all of those, and we forwarded from there. We have forwarded 4 for a full analysis right in this room on a Saturday. We came together with all the resources, the physical and the online resources for review. From there, we were able to narrow it down to one program, which is the BSCS biology program. So today I'm here to ask you to approve the program so that we can use it, we can train on it, we can purchase the materials and implement it starting in September. So what's so different about these standards? One phrase that you've probably heard is that they're three-dimensional. And what that means is that the students need to engage in 3 dimensions, the first one being science and engineering practices. There's 8 practices. Every standard from kindergarten through grade 12 has one of those practices at grade level that our students need to engage in. They also have disciplinary core ideas embedded in them. Those are the science facts that we're used to. In addition to those, we have cross-cutting concepts, which are the thinking tools, the reasoning tools. So when we walk into a science classroom, we should ask our students, what are you figuring out? And we should observe them sense-making. Once again, the BSCS biology program provides opportunities for students to sense-make. So it's not just us that thinks BSCS biology is a great program. Ed Reports did their thorough review, and they gave them the green light in each of the dimensions. So I'll just give you a moment to read the slide. It's the only program right now that Ed Reports has given meets expectations for in both categories. I think we're good. We did bring this into the classroom, and we made sure that some of the teachers that were piloting, we had bilingual teachers, we had special education teachers, and we asked the students, we gave surveys for the students as well as the teachers. Here are a few of the quotes that came out from our schools. And I just want to emphasize that what the students said. The students noticed that there was more documentation for the thinking process. They also noticed that there was more discourse and that there was certainly more in the hands of the students. So to provide you with an example of the standard itself, here's one standard. Once again, what I'm trying to highlight with this one is it is 3-dimensional. It has those 3 major components or dimensions. It starts out with the science and engineering practice, and in this case, it's construct and support and explanation. And then the DCI, which once again is a science fact, which is highlighted in orange. The color coding matters. When you look at the BSCS biology program and all the resources, you'll see that color coding maintains. If you were to look at one of our standards document from New York State, you would see that those standards are also color coded in accordance with the 3 dimensions. That third dimension, yep, thank you. So some of the other things to kind of point out, if you want to go to the next one, Tom, that's great, thank you, is that there's a storyline approach. Once again, students are figuring out phenomena, they're sense-making. So a program that starts with a phenomena that that's meaningful to our students and encourages the students to ask questions as they make observations, will lead to a sequence of lessons. And this is one example from the BSCS biology. And I am zooming into the lesson 4 right there. Lesson 4, this is the one that I'm going to be giving you an example of that lesson. But this is on, I can't read it from the distance there, but I can paraphrase a little bit, that it is about amino acid sequencing and the difference of the nucleotides and the impact that those have on protein synthesis and therefore the structures of living things. So here is a parallel task that's included in the BSCS biology. It's about pigeons. Once again, I don't think I need to read the whole thing to you, but I would love you to think through it as you might as a 10th grade biology student. So some pigeons have crests, some do not. And then they're given the nucleotide sequence and asked what's different about that. That's not the question, though. That's just the phenomena that they're given. The question's on the next slide. So there's a modeling, that's the science and engineer practice. Once again, there's 8 of those in total that increase from kindergarten to grade 12 in sophistication and complexity. Here, this is grade appropriate to ask the students to develop a model to show the things that are listed on this screen. And this is an example of what the students might produce. Obviously, we wouldn't want them all to have it exactly like this, but the tools for the teachers to look at the models and to determine if they are appropriate are given in the materials. So this is more for you to see what the teachers are provided as they help their students. The materials will be available on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. They're always available. If you can find me, you can find those materials. But specifically, they'll be outside of the CO conference room on display on those dates and times for anyone to stop in, parents, families, anyone here that would like to look at those resources. And then if there are any questions or comments.
Awesome, thank you. And again, you stating that the materials, the curriculum, we can take a look and go through the pages on the dates provided, which are available for the public viewing as well. So thank you for your presentation, Ms. Mader. I'm going to open the floor for questions. I do want to start with, and you may not have the exact numbers or what have you, but how would you say we're performing against the current New York State standards? I know that based on the changing standards, this curriculum has been identified to be something to prepare students on the level we should be regarding science. How would you say we're currently performing against New York State standards?
So we have lab requirements, which will continue. And so in that case, we have a good percentage of our students actually are qualified to sit for the exam. Some of the, we see a lot of really good thinking on those exams, but sometimes the what is the question really asking me gets in the way of them performing well on those. So we have a ways to go. And it's a conversation that we have often with the teachers, is not just, it's not just about the facts and the way that some of us learn science, you know, here, I remember the parts of a cell and I can give those back. It's more, as you could see in that pigeon task, it's more trying to comprehend what exactly is being asked and then respond in a way that's appropriate.
Right, and I asked that, and that's awesome because I love the efforts that are being made around literacy here in the district that will lead into that and promote the critical thinking piece. I'm going to open up to my board colleagues, and I see an urgent hand right to my left with Commissioner Malloy. I'm going to call on her first.
I don't know if it was urgent, but thank you. Thanks so much for your presentation. It was really clearly laid out, and I, as a social studies teacher, have a better understanding of science curriculum now, so thank you. What I'm wondering is, just from slide 15, just the materials review, it's up there right now. In addition to the scheduled viewings that we have where people can interact with those materials, is it also available online in kind of a similar format and explained perhaps online so that people who can't make the schedule of viewings would have access to it?
So if you know me, you know I'm full disclosure, so I will share absolutely anything that I legally can share. So we have the whole procedure spelled out with attachments and links and feedback, and so probably more than anyone would want to digest necessarily. That's available to anyone. You know, the whole process is very clear. And then as far as the review, I'm sorry, can you clarify, please?
Oh, just the viewings. I meant if something similar was available online, but you've answered that. So
Okay.
Thank you very much.
President Elliott?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So I can recall over the years that if there was an area where our students performed a little better, it was science. Is that still the case where our students are performing in science better than some of the other subjects?
Unfortunately, no. I think for a couple different reasons. One is the reading comprehension that is needed and required. I hear daily from the people using Amplify, for example. I was in a school just today saying how many of those reading parts are there, that literacy focus, figuring it out. I heard from the mouth of one of the teachers once again today, I've never seen kids so excited about reading anything before, because they were given a book that had, it was on biomimicry. but it had spiders and frogs and things like that. So it is fully recognized, and I think we did miss a slide in the presentation. And it had one of the focuses of the new standards is on connections with reading and math. That's not an RCSD thing, that is at the core of the standards themselves, that there needs to be, it's all standards for all students. It's also connected to the ELA and the math. So that's very intentional. As a matter of fact, when they wrote the standards, they made sure before they released it that they worked together with the English language arts and the math people to make sure it was in alignment.
So I think I missed a part. Did you say that our students are reading more, or is?
They're reading more.
Okay.
But our exam scores are not, it's not, I know exactly what you're talking about, but
Yes.
over time, they've become more of a literacy-based assessment.
Okay.
And that kids that struggle with literacy and reading and writing, and we recognize that, which is why we're embedding more of that. One of the things that I've said often is that science should be part of literacy instruction, Tier 1 literacy, because the students, if we're using the program in the way that we should, in alignment with the standards and the framework on which they're built, the students should be engaged in discourse. They should be reading, they should be writing, they should be refining, making those refinements to their thinking. And so it really is for the same core reason, and then just obviously with the science aspect to it.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Right, and that does, that again goes into the whole point. If we don't have the foundational elements in place for the students, it doesn't matter what curriculum we put in front of them if they're not able to absorb it. So I'm just, again, reiterating the efforts that are being made. We're certainly not there yet, but I'm glad that there is some form of consideration for what needs to be looked at. Commissioner Santiago.
Yeah, just a quick question. For the new K through 5 and the 6 through 8 program that's been implemented, how have you seen those programs working inside the classroom, both for student outcome and implementation for our teachers?
So once again, I hear almost daily, right before this meeting, we had an elementary leadership meeting. The people that are using the Amplify are really starting to become comfortable in seeing the value and hearing the students engage using that vocabulary outside of the science block. We have a collection of testimonials that we've developed that I would love to share with anyone, our teacher testimonials. We're using one of those during our citywide tomorrow from one of our elementary teachers. So K-5, once again, if they're implementing, I think it's going very well. Middle school 7-8, it's a 6-8 program. Sixth grade is struggling. Sixth grade, we have some teachers that are just really using it, seeing the value in it, becoming more comfortable with it, saying wonderful things about it. And we have other ones that are struggling to implement it all. So we do, because they have so many different courses that they're teaching in their schedules. So 6-8, I worry about sixth grade being 1/3 of those intermediate level standards. I don't know if that, but the program itself, it's heavy. Open SciEd, and one of the things that I mentioned the other day is that if you were to look at the ed reports, we have the two programs, the one for elementary that has the green light for, which is Amplify, K-5, and the one for Open SciEd. Nationwide, Open SciEd is really, it's kind of the bright star that other companies are really looking at to see what is a well-developed program look like and what are the components.
Okay, and one more question. I know I said quick question, but this is it. 9th through 12th, is this new curriculum being implemented, will this be a separate class, or would this be part of some other science classes, or what's the plan with implementation as far as the program that we'll be adopting at this month's business meeting?
Great question. It is no longer going to be Regents Living Environment next year. It's now Regents Biology. Okay. So the title has changed. The standards have changed, and the way that we need to teach it has changed. The only one, for 2 years, the state will allow for students that are retaking the course, that took it for the first time this year, they're going to still be offering that exam and still being allowing them to focus on those standards. And then in 2 years, that's gone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Santiago. Great question. And we've got a couple more questions for you, President Elliott.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Simmons. So you mentioned about those and correct me if I'm wrong in how I articulate this. So you said that there was seemingly the ones who are not the classrooms that are not able to put this into the curriculum or that they're struggling. So, I don't, Dr. Peluso, this is a question, I guess, to you. How do we ensure with those teachers who are struggling that they're doing, are able to put the science curriculum in the program, into the classroom as well as the other courses? Because particularly if we're talking about, is there an eighth grade Regents, or they're just a high school
there's an-
biology, just the
there's a-
biology, right?
But there's
Right?
also the intermediate level assessment, which once again, we're going to all see it for the first time next week.
Okay.
That is a 6-8 assessment.
Okay, okay.
And to piggyback off of what was said earlier, the literacy components and the math components that are aligned, right, help us lift all areas, right? We're not working in single isolation. We work with our coaches. We identify science liaisons in schools to kind of help teachers through this process. Like you hear, this isn't going to be easy lift by any standards, but I think the integration of literacy and math is a huge component in terms of making sure that we're not lifting things individually, that we're lifting them collectively.
Thank you.
Thank you. Were there any other questions?
I don't know if so much it's a question as it is concerns for me. We do a lot of change in the system in our CSD, but I'm not sure that it's for the good in all aspects. I think sometimes we miss a lot of things and we put things out there without really thinking them through and making sure we cross our T's and dot our I's. I think we need to make sure that if we are implementing something and based on New York State standards, that we also keep in mind that we have teachers out there that need to make sure that we're meeting their expectations as well, and that they're getting what they need to give back to our children so they too are successful. We don't want our teachers to be held accountable or to give out assessments, but when they haven't been given the information they need to make our children successful. So that's a big concern for me. Yes, it sounds good on paper and presentation, but we fail a lot to meet the expectation of everything that is presented. And I've seen that time and time again as a parent, and I see it now since I've been here. We have a lot of presentations and we have a lot of information, but it's good on paper. But when you put that out there and you present it to the teachers and to the students, we're at a loss, and we don't see a change in our graduation, and we don't see a change in achievements from our children. So, like I said, not so much a question, just putting it out there in a way of trying to see how we're going to do better assessments with our teachers, making sure they got everything, and the students. So we want to see positive outcomes, but I'm just seeing a lot of presentations.
Thank you, Commissioner Griffin. Okay, thank you. And Ms. Mayor, did you want to respond, or you did touch on the professional development that has gone in to prepare teachers for this particular curriculum, and this change was based on the need for New York State standards that are evolving?
Chairwoman
If
Simmons?
I'm not mistaken.
I can respond on behalf
Okay,
of Dr.
please,
Maida.
thank you.
You bring up very valid points, Commissioner Griffin. The best part about an RFP process is that you must have a well-versed committee. So teachers are on the selection committee, which they actually review the materials and see what is going to benefit them in the classroom. What's extra important is that the first time the biology exam will be given is actually in 2025, in June. And we are ahead of the curve. So because we have made a shift to these next generation standards, it is absolutely pivotal that our curriculum is actually connected to those standards so that our students are going to be best equipped to take that assessment at the end of next year. But I definitely understand your concern in that regard. But I did want to highlight those pieces that you thought that you explained maybe possibly missing.
And thank you,
You're welcome.
Deputy Strickland. Let me just say this. We have a lot of RFPs and things in place, but we also have to be mindful that the things that we have that are RFP, have not been successful, even though we have policy and protocol to meet them. There's things that are there that have not been followed the way they should be 100%. And I guess that's where my concern comes from, because if we were following it true to form, I guess we wouldn't have so much failure. So again, I'm going to stand strong on those kind of things, because I think that there's still some shifts and some cracks in our foundation when it comes to following the protocol and procedures that we need to have our children be where they need to be right now.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate that, because I think historically that has been part of the district, new curriculum coming when we have administration change and things of that nature. There's new curriculums that have come, and I believe systems have been put in place to answer to that. And this particular administration has been working to be very aligned with what's necessary and what's needed. I have one last question for you, Ms. Mader, and that is that all new curriculums require preparation time. And to the points given regarding educators needing prep time, do you know how much time is needed for this particular curriculum? Is it 120 minutes? You know, what needs to be set aside to ensure teachers have enough time for prep to make sure they deliver this properly? And do they have that carved out in their schedules, to your knowledge?
So I want to emphasize this is a whole new way of teaching. It's not the way that the teachers learn science. It's not the way that they've been. So instructionally, it's major changes to the way that they need to instruct. So it will take time. And so with that said, we're going to have a lot of training this summer, assuming and hoping that you approve of this, which is why we waited. So we have that kind of on, but it will take time. As far as within a schedule, I mean, always the more time, the better. And probably, I mean, it's going to take a few years before the teachers really feel super comfortable. I think the program itself spells a lot of those instructional strategies, which is one of the reasons that we liked it, as well as the tasks. So I don't know how much time this current schedule gives them to prepare. However, you know, the more time that they have to collaborate, obviously, is going to be.
Yeah, that was one thing I learned when I was looking at the literacy components, and Kareem Weaver, who I think will be here in town next week to talk to families and so on about that, he talked about preparation time, and that's so important when we look at any curriculum, that the time carved out for preparation should be aligned with the schedule. So I so appreciate your standing here, taking all these questions. This will be the last question, I promise. And this is going to come from Commissioner Santiago at this time. Thank you.
Yeah, so I know that, and you kind of said this and mentioned this a little bit in your presentation, but the New York State requirements are kind of a little still foggy as far as how they plan to assess our students and the requirements that they're asking for. And so my question is, I mean, one, with this curriculum, what is the thought process behind this, and understanding that we're not fully sure on New York State's requirements and what they'll be assessing? So is there a plan if the requirements or the assessment changes, is there a plan for that? And then also, has this curriculum been tried by other cities or other districts? And if so, has it been proven to be successful?
So it is noted to be one of the stronger curriculum right now because of where we are in the field of science education. None of them are, everybody's on a learning curve. Other states adopted 3 years ago, so we can learn from them, and yes, some are using the BSCS biology. As far as the state assessments go, we know that they're going to do a lot of things similar to what they did in elementary and intermediate, starting with investigations. So they've already told us that they're going to have 3 investigations. And if you've heard about that, I mean, our schools are working very hard the first year to have our students all complete those investigations, or as many as possible. So that they've already said that they're going to have 3 for biology with that. The standards are the standards. So the standards are 3-dimensional, and they are, like the science and engineering practices, they have grade level. That's one of the big shifts in why we even need new standards and new curricular material and new assessments, is because they have these 3 parts to them. So what we've seen in their clusters that they have out right now, they're calling them clusters because they're based on a phenomena. We're seeing the different elements assessed in elementary and intermediate. So you're right, we don't have all of the answers, but obviously we would shift if we needed to. But the curriculum itself is engaging our students in sense-making that requires them to engage in those 3 dimensions.
Okay, thank you.
We good? All right, thank you, Ms. Mader. I appreciate your presentation this evening.
Thank you.
At this time, I also want to make sure that I acknowledge, we do have Deputy Superintendent Ruth Turner, who is on Zoom this evening, I believe, and I don't think we have any other folks on Zoom. But at this time, I do want to transition the presentations. We're going to hear from Deputy Superintendent Strickland, who is from Teaching and Learning, who is going to talk about our graduation projections.
Good evening, President Elliott, Chairwoman Simmons, Board Commissioners, Superintendent Beluso, staff, and the Greater Rochester community. I am Demario Strickland, the proud Deputy Superintendent of Teaching and Learning, and I'm here to provide a presentation on cohort 2023. Next slide, please. In all that we do, we are going to ensure that we are connecting whatever we are presenting to our board goals. This presentation is directly in line with board goal number 4, which is to increase the number of students earning 5 or more credits in grade 9 from 70%, which is where we are currently as of the end of last year, to 90% by June 2028. Next slide. Here's some definitions that I'll be using, or excuse me, some words with definitions, because there's words that I'll be using and I just want to ensure that we level set. So when I say cohort 2023, I am talking about the students that entered grade 9 this current school year. So they are our current freshmen at all of our high schools. If I bring up SIRS, once again, that is the Student Information Repository System, and that is the sort of database that holds all of the data from different school districts and BOCES throughout New York State. Power School is the district's student information system, so that is where we collect all of our student information. And it's sometimes you'll hear SIS system, but that's Student Information System. There is a coding of OOD, which stands for out of district, and that are students that don't necessarily attend RCSD school or institution, but their accountability is in fact attached to our school district. And we have HB, which stands for homebound, and those are our students that are generally extremely medically fragile, or they have an extreme ailment, or there's some other factor that are preventing them from actually coming into our school communities for various reasons. Next slide. I showed this in last month's presentation when I did the cohort 2019 update, which are the current seniors and how they are currently faring in our system. But I also like to level set again. These are the expectations or the requirements for our New York State students in order to be considered a graduate. So for instance, you need 4 credits of English, you need 3 credits of mathematics, 1 credit of world language, so on and so forth, to equal 22 credits by the time that you are in your senior year and you're declared a graduate. Next slide. In correlation with Superintendent Regulation 4000, the way that we code our students in specific grades regardless of cohort, our 9th graders, or you are considered a 9th grader if you have between 0 and 5 credits. You are considered a 10th grader if you have 5.5 credits through 10.5 credits. 11th grade is 11 to 16 credits, and grade 12 would be 16 and a half credits or above. And this is actually pretty standard with other Big Five cities within New York State. Next slide. So I'm going to be presenting you a summary of the data, and I'm always very cognizant and aware of what is going to best meet the needs of our stakeholders, you all, so that you can best clearly transfer this data or take in this information and synthesize it best. So you will actually see both circle or pie graphs as well as bar graphs that are sort of just showing the same information, but it is really geared for you to just have both of those types of graphs so that, take it in how you may. So as the summary of our data, currently our cohort is 1,692 students. So that is how many students are currently in our cohort as of today. Those students can be found in our Power School system, which is our student information system. 65 or 4% of our students have already met the 5 or more targets, which is absolutely fantastic. They are already exceeding the expectation as they generally would not have those 5 credits until the end of the school year, but there are various reasons on why that comes to be. 907 students, or 54% of them, have less than 1 credit, which is typical. Students that typically enter 9th grade may not have challenged an exam such as algebra or living environment, which will be biology as of next year. So they come to high schools with a fresh slate, ready to start tackling off course subjects, and I showed you, part of the graduation sequence a few slides ago. The best part is, and I'm going to continue to lift this up, 100% of our cohort 2023 has potential to gain 5 or more credits. So we want to start going with the positive outlooks for all of our students. They have potential, okay? They have coursework through June, which we have school leaders out there, teachers out there that are really pushing them towards excellence so that they can make sure that they get those credits that are going to help send them to graduation. And we also will continue to offer summer learning offerings and have credit recovery over the summer to help fill in those gaps of students if they did not actually earn credit by June of this school year. Next slide. Here's the data explained. So some of our Rochester City schools have semester scheduling, okay? And this allows further opportunities to gain more credits each year. This is, an example would be your Rochester Early College. The Rochester Early College is set up as an early college model in which majority of the coursework finished happens by the end of sophomore or beginning of your junior year, which allows students to actually take classes at the college level and earn dual credits in college. Schools that do not use semester scheduling award 0.5 to 1 credit at the end of the year versus at the semester mark. And what I mean there is, there are schools that are semester, the end of the semester would end the last week of January. If the student has passed a course, they are awarded either 1 half credit, that's like your health, which is not, it's every other day for the sequence, or they get 1 full credit as in they met that seat time requirement, and then they would go on or move on to a new course starting the 3rd marking period, or what we call the 2nd semester. Seat time is defined in Part 100 of the NYSED Commissioner's Regulation, so you have to have a specific amount of seat time in order to be awarded credit. You can't just, get credit by not necessarily sitting in class and whatnot. You have to have that seat time in order for you to be successful in obtaining that credit. One area in particular where this is heavily monitored would be your sciences. Your sciences have labs as we know it now, and you must have a certain amount of seat time in order to participate in taking those laboratory assessments And that's one of the ways that you are awarded credit. Just to be clear, semester scheduling is really rapid pace and fast, and it's not for all students. Some students need that time over the course of a year to actually learn and gain that understanding of the content so that they can be successful in June. And then some students can do that high intensity training in the classroom, where at the end of the second semester, or the first semester, or the second semester, they are able to take the assessment and continue to go on in their course sequence. And all RCSD schools are monitoring ninth graders upon arrival. So the minute our ninth grade students are loaded into the system at our schools, our school leaders, our school counselors are taking in that data, placing them in their tracking mechanisms, which we call cohort trackers, which also is now available in our PowerSchool system, and begin to start thinking about the graduation plans for our students the day, even before they actually hit the doors of high school. Next slide. So here we have a breakdown of the 2023 cohort, and it's by credit accumulation by school. So this information was gathered at the end of the marking period number 2, which was the last week of January, and this information can in fact be found in our PowerSchool student information system. As you can see, the color at the bottom has the key to the pie chart amount that shows you the representation of where the majority of our students fall. So I'll just give you a few moments to take a look at the next few slides, which shows similar data. And just as you are taking in the data, just once again want to give a shout out to our Office of Accountability. They've been very diligent in getting these data to us, in which I'm then able to share with our teaching and learning directors, our school chiefs, our school leaders, so that we really start taking this in and problem solving on how we're going to ensure we stay on track to meet those goals. In the next slide, yes, we're on slide 11, cohort 2023. So right here is just a quick analysis of the amount of students that have 5 or more credits by school, okay? The yellow is where the RCSD as a whole averages. And as you see, 49.5% of our students at Rochester Early College have 5 or more credits. They are a semester school, and again, I just want to reiterate that semester schooling allows them to get a lot of the coursework out of the way, but it's very intense. But then it offers an avenue for them to begin taking college-level courses early in their high school careers. Next slide. This slide shows 4.0 to 4.9, so students that have 4 Regents exams. Again, you see Rochester Early College have 22.2% of those students that are in this range. And again, a lot of this is based off of their semester scheduling. And we have the average of 5.4% for all of our CSD. Next slide. The amount of students that have 3 to 3.9 credits by cohort, we have World of Inquiry at 30.6%. And now these percentages are based off of their total cohorts, again, in cohort 2023. There are advantages in some cases for schools such as World of Inquiry, SOTA, as they get their students, well, World of Inquiry is as early as kindergarten. So they can do things where they accelerate curriculum, they can identify students that need more enrichment and can start accelerating them as early as 6th grade in many cases to get them credits quickly. Same thing with SOTA, they get them at grade 7, and they are also able to get them opportunities to accelerate earlier so that they are able to be best positioned to gather more credits. And then finally, East High School, same thing. Many of the students at East roll up from their lower school to the upper school, and it allows more seamless transition from the middle school to the high school. Next slide. This is our 2 to 2.9. Similar again, World of Inquiry, SOTA, East. The good thing is, though, you see that yellow marker, 9.1%. That means, 9.1% of our student population has between 2 and 2.9 credits, meaning, and it's likely that they have credits in living environment and algebra. Some could even have them in language, or they can have it in earth science, which is good that they're progressing, and we're not seeing that as a flat 0 or anything that's under 5%. Yes, we have more to be desired, but it is still good to see that we have a lot of students that are above that yellow bar versus below. Next slide. And same thing here, 1 or more credits, or 1 to 1.9 credits. We have Monroe, East, SOTA, School Without Walls, Wilson, World of Inquiry. They are all above the line for the yellow. And I will say that some of the 43.5% for Monroe is aided because many of their students, I know that last year, the superintendent and a few others were determining if students from the lower school wanted to roll up to the high school, then that would in fact happen. That would allow some partnership between the lower and upper school to help accelerate the students' learning so that they can get the students on a greater trajectory. Next slide. And then here we are with the 0 to 9 credits. So it's almost the reverse, it becomes backwards. It shows 97.1% of our out-of-district students have no credits as of right now. Our homebound students it's 81.8% of those students do not have any credits. And these are students, again, many of them may be enrolled in school year-long courses. You would expect to see a semester schools such as Rochester Early College with a lower percentage because the majority of them are enrolled in the semester-based scheduling. Next slide. And this is the overall table. So basically, all the information that is in front of you is pivoted out, and they were on the previous slides in a more visual, appealing way versus just looking at flat numbers. But it's good for you if you want to go back and look at what's in front of you on slide 17 and do some, hard number comparisons to the charts that were shown previous. Next slide. And here are the supports that are currently in place or being offered to schools to support students' acquisition of credits towards 5 or more. We do have marking period recovery. So a student may have had one rough marking period, for various reasons. Things happen to all of us, things happen to students, things happen to families where they may slip. We don't want students to necessarily repeat all of that coursework, but why not give them the opportunity to make up what they didn't get right? And that way, if we catch them earlier, then they can continue to go on in their sequence, earning credits at a normal pace. There's extended day programming, after school and Saturday programming in many of our schools. As I stated before, a few blocks away, I live from World of Inquiry, school number 58, And every Saturday, as I'm driving to Wegmans or something, I see cars in the parking lot, I see kids getting out, I see them excited to go into schools, and I know for a fact that they are getting that learning because I then get a report from the administrators at World of Inquiry showing that, hey, we're really working hard with our students on Saturday. And it just joys my heart because students are actually coming to our school buildings to stay on track or get on track. Cohort tracking, again, is completed immediately upon entering grade 9. Very, very important. We get students in systems right away, know where they are, so that we can have graduation plans that are viable for them to put them on a path of success to graduate within 4 years. We have a support model called Freshman Academy at 3 of our high schools, Edison Career and Technology High School, Franklin Upper, and Northeast College Prep. And what school leaders and school administrators have done was strategically take personnel and really wrap their arms around the freshman class. They generally assign 1 or 2 school counselors, 1 or 2 school social workers, and try to team the teachers. And those individuals dedicate a lot of their time and energy on just freshmen, the 9th graders in those schools. I know that I want to take the time to quickly highlight a conversation that I had at Northeast College Prep last year with Principal Burrows. Last year, one of her demonstrable indicators were to get students with 5 or more credits, she needed to be at 57%. And in years prior, she had gotten nowhere near that goal. She was rigorous, trying to really push her staff, her students to gain credits in those classes. And I remember at the end of the year, she was heartbroken because she came so close to that 57%, but that hadn't happened in the past, not even getting close to any of those markers. And it's because of her strong 9th grade academy that she set up on the 3rd floor of the Charlotte campus, wrapped her arms around those freshman students on that grade level, gave them a guaranteed administrator, guaranteed school counselors, social workers, so on and so forth. And she had a positive result. Although she did not reach the goal, the support showed that is aiming for the right direction. We have schools that have summer bridge programs to bring students onto the campus a little early to say, this is your school, this is, members of your school's community, your teachers, staff. And finally, we had great success at our Acceleration Academy at St. John Fisher last summer, which we are going to continue that partnership this summer, where we offered courses to accelerate to get students credits even before they hit their college doors. And we will continue to think out the box. We will continue to replicate those things that are right, that are going to put our students on the best trajectory possible so that we ensure that we are aiming towards that 100% graduation rate and we can be the best district of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Strickland,
Yes.
for this information. We're going to breathe. We're going to take it all in. And again, this is not an easy piece. And this goes to the structural issues that have existed in this district for a number of years. And so coming in, there's so much that has to be undone and reworked and reevaluated and looked at. But the issues even around equity we see. And of course, I'd love to see these numbers transposed. I'd like to see more kids with the 5 credits on track than the other way around. And when I look at your table on slide 17, again, it speaks to Edison and Franklin. They jump right out at me. and I'm glad that we broke down the numbers, in Northeast College Prep as well, but the high concentration of students in those particular cohorts at those schools. And then we look at students with special needs being concentrated in various schools. And so you wonder why certain schools have a harder way to go, and it's because they're not equitably distributed, our students, to foster that success. I'm going to open up, I'm not going to ask a question right now, I'm going to open it up to my colleagues, and I'm going to start at the other end of the dais. And I see Commissioner Patterson is here. Did you have a question or comment at this particular time?
And not at this time, but thank you.
Okay, and it's Commissioner Santiago.
Yeah, this is just for clarity. I kind of know this, but I just want to just for it to be reiterated. So the population that we have and the statistics that we have here are for ninth grade students who came into ninth grade. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, and so what you're saying is that they still have a chance to achieve their 5 credits by the end of the school year. It's just coming into to high school. Some students came without credits. Some students came already with 5. Is that the case?
You are absolutely correct.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Santiago. President Elliott?
Thank you, Commissioner. So just around because I was going to ask this question before I saw the slide again. I've seen it before, but forgot that the Freshman Academy was on the slide. So are there other schools that we're going to implement the Freshman Academy, other high schools?
So the
At
current
some
plan, I apologize.
At some point?
Yes, the current plan is to have more of a grow-out model. As you can see, the schools that had the lower percentages, they did have the additional fundings available because of being in receivership. They are awarded some title funds called 1003 Targeted and Basic, in which they can use towards additional staff, additional programs or curricula to really support those models in our schools. And I know myself and Deputy Turner work with our staffs to figure out how to best grow that model and make sure that we can actually implement it with fidelity and not just implement it and then it falls away. But I will say that at least the 2 of the schools, 2 of them because I know because I supervise Edison Career and Technology High School and Northeast College Prep. They are almost 2 years strong, with the Freshman Academy model. And but those are also 2 of our schools that have been in receivership.
And what is, give me more of a definition for what is out-of-district schools?
So our students that may be considered out of district would be our students enrolled in Mary Cariola.
Well, not the charter schools, huh?
No, not the charter schools. They are not associated with our data, but we're talking about those independent schools where our students may need additional services and we can, in fact, serve them.
And I'll just say
Maybe
this.
BOCES as well, so on and so forth.
All right, thank you. So I'll say this, I have never been, in the 18 years that I've been on this board, I've never been more excited about what is going to come in this district. I mean, I am just truly excited. I believe that we're going to see such a tremendous turnaround. I believe that with all of my heart. That's in my core. That's in my spirit. But I would also just end by saying, but it's got to be with love and caring. We gotta love and care for the students who we are serving, because if we don't have that, all of this, while it is good and it's laudable, but they've got to know that we care about them and we want them to succeed. And so, again, I've never been more excited than I am now with the direction that the Rochester City School District is going in.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you, President Elliott. Yeah, so now I'll present a couple questions for you. I was just thinking as I looked at this and considered the ninth grade wraparound piece. I know I was around when East High was doing that, just wrapping around the ninth graders to ensure they get it. And I know Edison talks about that big time. And, again, that's why I stand firm on the fact that social promotion should not happen, because when they when they're socially promoted and the core elements have not been identified and the child is not successful yet, they are being set up to not be well. And when I worked in high schools with children through programming, I oftentimes would get a 12th grader in front of me who needed all of their credits to graduate. And the children were stressed out, like, how did you get all the way to the 12th grade? How did this happen, right? And so I love that the district is taking a keen focus on changing those policies, standardizing our grading policies. I know that's still being tweaked out, but standardizing the grading policies so that we don't have a child set up in a grade level that they're not set up to be successful in. With all that said, I do see opportunity when I look at the data that you've presented, because we know that data is only a predictor, but it is not the person. And so children are only successful with what's been placed in them. So we don't want children to just graduate. We want them to graduate with meaning, graduate ready to do things. But I see that there's opportunity in the 2.0 to 3.0 scale towards those 5 credits.
Yes.
Right? And so those children, or students, should I say, that are on the 2.0 to 3.0 credit scale, what are we doing to target those children to get them up to par to the 5 credits that they need? And then the ones who need maybe some more strenuous interventions, what are we doing for them?
So there can be various reasons why you would only acquire between 2 and 3 credits. And it could be the opportunity that was provided within the middle school. If I was a middle school, like me, I was a middle school principal, I only offered algebra and living environment. So the most you could go forward with were the 2 credits if you passed and you passed the assessment. There are some schools that students are able to conquer the language regions in the 8th grade. That gives you 3 credits. And then there's also, there's possibilities that there are some students that are accelerated beyond. I do recall when I first came into this district and I was taking in some data, and I saw that there was a 7th grader enrolled in geometry. So that meant that student was accelerated in some way, shape, or form, and possibly even already had a credit in algebra, which means that a teacher was actually going above and beyond out of their way to make sure that student continued to be accelerated, and provided them probably instruction outside of him or her, instruction outside of the school day, or maybe within the school classroom time, so on and so forth. And they could possibly be the ones with 5 or more credits. So there's a lot of different opportunities for individuals, but what you are saying is we need to start or continue to figure out what are additional opportunities besides the living environments, besides algebra, that we can actually latch on to get our students more credits at the middle school level as well.
I do want to chime in here, and and build off of what Deputy Superintendent Strickland's taking, right? Most schools and most school districts at the middle level are going to give you 3 opportunities to earn credits in 8th grade as acceleration. And that is algebra, earth science in most cases, and a language of some sort. So that's where you'll see students coming in with 3 credits, 2 credits. What we have to be careful of is accelerating kids before they're ready to be accelerated as well, right? Because then they take a Regents, they don't go as well, it goes on the transcript score, right? So accelerating for the sake of acceleration, we need to be careful with as well. But in most cases, if you can get 2 to 3 credits right, prior to coming into high school, then you're well on your way to success, right? That helps us build it. But there are kids that will enter high school with no credits, 1 credit, that are on a normal trajectory, right? They need to be, there's no error and no room for falling behind, because then you have to do mark and period recovery, credit recovery, summer program, right? So we want to keep them all going in the right path. But those 3 would be typical of what you see on an 8th grade accelerated student entering 9th grade.
I want to add something. That's fantastic. Thank you, Dr. Peluso. We actually are finding data that shows if you accelerate a student and they're not ready, they're actually less likely to succeed in their high school years. So acceleration has to be very clever and masterful to ensure that we don't set up a child for failure even before they hit the high school door. So I just want to highlight what our superintendent just said. I couldn't have said it no better. That's
Yeah, that's,
Great
no,
point.
that's absolutely a sober understanding and necessary, so I appreciate that. And making sure our children have the foundational piece, not the accelerated piece, but that foundation to be successful as well. So even if they come in with 0 credits, they have the skill and the ability to earn what they do need. So I appreciate those responses. Thank you so much. I'm going to move over to Commissioner Malloy at this time.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for the presentation. On the one hand, it's sobering to see this data, but on the other, I'm really glad as a board that this is one of the goals for the district.
Yes.
And it's really going to be valuable data as we start to track or address in earnest these goals, and looking forward to the progress monitoring that we're going to be doing over the next 3 to 5 years on this goal. So thank you so much for this data. I'm very interested as we move forward to see the types of interventions that, especially for those students who are ending well below where they need to be by the end of 9th grade. Would love to know more about the interventions we'll be doing to help those students get to where they need to be. So thank you.
We'll put that on for our upcoming agenda items for sure. And Commissioner Griffin.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons. Actually, it's a lot of what Commissioner Simmons said earlier, information and relevant to the inflation of the grading system. And I guess my concern is how the inflation of the grading system may have affected the statistics that we look at for the kids or the credits that would be earned. If the inflation of the grading system has impacted this at all. Do we know that or don't we know that in reference to what we have in front of us and what we've seen today in the presentation?
so the students and so we're talking about 2 different things. So the grading system in the past was the A through F scale, which allowed a student to gain all the way up to a 6.0. If a student earned a D, they passed a course. We've since strapped that or taken that away, and all of the courses and content for the most part are out of 100%. You have to earn a 65 in order to gain a credit for a course. So these students that are accounted for, they passed a course under either system. It's just the way that we have recognized our grading system that makes people question. And that's why we have said, we're not doing the A through F system anymore. We're doing it based out of 100%. We know that students need to gain a 65% in order to be successful, and that's what we're using. But regardless, all the students here, you can bet that they have earned 65% in some way, shape, or form or more to earn that credit.
Okay, I guess my last question is this.
Yes.
I don't know if you may be able to answer it or not. It probably should have been directed to the last presenter, but I'm sure you should be able to answer it. Deputy Strickland, actually. It would be in reference to the assessments. Have we ever looked into an outside, like proctors to come in and do the assessments outside of the teachers that are originally over the classrooms? Have we ever looked at that? Is that something that we could put on a question log about how we can have outside proctors come in to do the testing for the students outside of the teachers doing the testing, the assessments?
That's something, I don't want to give you the wrong information. I do know that there are schools that do things in various ways. Some can actually proctor their own, some cannot. Most cannot grade their own. There's various methods of how exams are proctored. But to answer your question specifically, I will be sure to get that information and respond in the question log.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I do want, yes, so there are situations when we're doing proctoring schedules, we have different teachers proctor the exam than the ones that are in that class. But just to kind of get a deeper understanding of your question for me, why would you think we would need someone outside to do those?
My concern is trust and transparency, and I have a big problem with with myself, with the district, with the trust issues. So I have to build my trust, and I have to make sure that I understand and believe these numbers that I'm looking at, and that's where I'm at as a board member. So it may take me some time to get there. So if I know that these numbers are truly believable and it is what it is as far as where our students are at, then I don't think we can work better towards a common goal of success for our children. So it's about trust.
Okay. Yep, and I was just asking for further clarity. I inherently trust our teachers that are in front of our kids and what they're grading.
It's just
Thank you.
trusting the numbers.
Can I say one last thing?
Okay, Commissioner Malloy?
Oh, thanks. Yeah, and in terms of Regents exam grading, teachers are not allowed to grade their own students. Correct. So,
Right, that's standard practice across all districts in New York State, that teachers are set up in different classrooms for fidelity and to ensure that happens. Were there any other questions from the dais at this time? Okay. All right, well, Deputy Strickland, I appreciate you and your presentation, and your transparency. And this is why I started, when I started with the ESA meeting, wanted to put these type of numbers out, because it is a vulnerable space, but it is a necessary space to talk about those things that, if we don't talk about what needs to happen, what makes us better, we don't get better. And so I appreciate you always bringing your A game to talk about these things, and also to put action behind those pieces as well. So I thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you,
And-
Deputy Strickland.
Okay, Chair's calling order. We're going to end this with our network presentations. These are the chief of schools that go in to our school communities to support our school leaders, and to ensure that the strategies that are happening are in fact happening, and so many other things. So I'm going to just open this up really quickly. There we go. And it looks like we have Ms. Torres first to speak, multi-tiered
Yes.
systems of
Right.
support.
Good evening, Board President Elliott, Vice President LeBron, Equity for Student Achievement Chairwoman Simmons, Commissioners, Monitor Alicia, Superintendent Peluso, Blocker if you're online, our CSD staff, student, families, and viewing community. The Chief of Schools will be presenting together on the multi-tiered systems of support. So one of the things that we start our work with is our vision for excellent instruction. The reality is that commonality throughout all the content areas is started with this, right? So this is the first thing here, our vision for excellent instruction. So we're obligated to partner with students and families to provide equitable learning experience to every child across the district that are not dependent on where they live or go to school. In every classroom, every day, all students. And how do we do that? We make sure that we use the vision that is here for excellent instruction, where students are, they feel seen, affirmed, and valued. They own their own thinking, they engage in grade level content, and they demonstrate progress towards learning. That's the vision that's across all content areas, regardless of what school they are attending. How do we do that work? So one of the things that we have worked really diligently on and making sure that this is happening in every school across the district is the multi-tier systems of support. So MTSS focuses on teaching practices that are evidence-based, relies on student progress data to inform teaching and decisions, and ensures that each student, based on their unique needs, receives the level and type of support necessary to be successful. Our work is a refining process, wrapping around services for each individual child so that they can be successful. And as you see in the umbrella there, that's what it looks like. We include the parent, curriculum design, which you heard a little bit before about the science. That design is important for what's happening. Positive student behavior, school community collaboration, professional development for all staff members, and response to intervention. And you're going to hear a little bit more about this as we proceed. So what do we need in order to make this happen at every school? Because this is our mission and vision, making sure that this is seen in every school. 6 critical components of MTS, the foundation of the work. It is multiple tiers of instruction and intervention. This is what you're going to find at every school. Problem-solving process, data evaluation, communication and collaboration, capacity building infrastructure. This is where the professional development comes in for building teacher capacity. Leadership, leadership that drives all these pieces to make sure that it's taking place. Leadership. Next, thank you. MTSS teams are typically composed of the principal, assistant principal, instructional coaches, classroom teachers, special education teachers, support staff, social worker, psychologists, speech language pathologists. All of them are needed in order to have that wraparound services for the student. So leadership engage staff in order to make sure that this is taking place with fidelity and professional development. Then we have school and family collaboration where parents are brought in and informed of what's taking place and also for their input because they know their student better than anyone else. Core instruction is taking place in the schools, and that's what the principal and the leadership is making sure with our walkthrough, and you'll see, I know you've heard where a lot of walkthroughs are happening and all the content teachers are involved, the directors, to make sure that the students are able to receive the curriculum as required at their grade level, and then that the intervention and prevention is also taking place. Next. So here you see the multiple tiers of instruction and intervention. Again, this is the model of what it looks like. In Tier 1, as you can see, all students standard, aligned, differentiated instruction, scaffolded supports, flexible grouping, and proactive support systems. In Tier 2, some students supplemental to Tier 1 in addition to Tier 1, because Tier 1 has to happen across the board, grade level curriculum. You'll find that standard aligned behavior support plans you might find in place for some. And then in Tier 3, where you should see the fewest of students, is where they get more intensive, individual, additional to Tier 1 and Tier 2, which will be explained in the next few slides. And now I'm going to call up my chief partner, Ms. Rhonda Morian.
Good evening, thank you. I'm going to dig a little bit deeper into the different tiers that our kids have access to, starting with Tier 1. When a student walks, every student in our district has access to Tier 1 instruction. That means core curriculum, that means grade level standards. It's an equity piece that all kids should have access. There was a time when not all kids received Tier 1 instruction, and that's been revamped for us. When a child receives Tier 1 instruction, teachers make decisions based on that instruction, whether or not the child was able to catch up, they're on track, or they need additional supports. So schools go through a problem-solving process to identify if additional supports are required, taking them to a different tier. Thank you. If it's found out that a child needs additional supports, they'll get Tier 2 or Tier 3 instruction. Tier 2 is just some supplements to kind of catch them up, and Tier 3 is intensive programming, smaller groups, more frequent groups with their teacher, more opportunities to be with the teacher. But it's that safety net that's provided to make sure every child gets to that grade level instruction, and ultimately we have better results when we get to high school. In order to make informed decisions about the instructional needs of our students, multiple data points need to be looked at. We look at attendance, report cards, behavior incidents, common assessments, iReady, and New York State testing. And with all of that data, we can determine what's best needed for children and what kinds of programs they're going to need to either be at grade level, be above grade level, or to catch them up. So our vision for excellent instruction states that we're obligated to partner with students and families to provide these equitable experiences. And so the parent component of this is through the MTSS process. Parents are involved in it from the beginning. They're invited into the schools to work with the schools on these plans that are developed, and ultimately kept abreast throughout the year with letters and documentation with them as far as how the child's progressing throughout the year. And then, just some, go ahead. Thanks. This shows an example, it's kind of small, I hope you can see it on your screens, an example of one school and how targeted the instructional groups are. So this is a literacy intervention block, and you can see over the course of 6 teachers how targeted the groups are to meet the kids' needs, and this is phonics instruction. Every child in the grade level would have access to finding out where they fall off on the continuum and where they need to go next, and there's a teacher set up to do that. What's really great about MTSS is it's fluid. A child doesn't go into a group and stay into that group forever. They move frequently, and that data, checking of the data really allows the kids to move significantly. Teachers kind of import that progress notes into their support plans, and ultimately it'll go into our new tool, Panorama. And Lawan Chief White is going to go next.
Good evening, everyone. So as we are continuing with the various components, we wanted to draw your attention to the progress monitoring systems. It was just mentioned that data such as iReady, attendance, behavior, all of the things looking at the whole child is what's incorporated in these multi-tiered systems of support. Highlighting component 5, once again, on collaboration and communication. What you're looking at right now is the documentation of progress monitoring. And if you notice, it's highlighted in green, you see yellow, you see red, and then you see some sort of open circles. Where you're seeing the green, for example, you're seeing where a student has made progress. If you also notice all the way to the right, and it's rather small, but you will see where it's time stamped by date, time, and the person who's responsible for that progress monitoring. So you're looking at that MTSS team, whether it be an administrator in the form of a principal, an assistant principal, a teacher, a guidance counselor, a social worker, and you're seeing the involvement of all those team members. Next. Another example of an artifact or some evidence of the progress monitoring system, specifically, again, we're on component 5, which is collaboration and communication, which you notice we're spending a little bit of time on this because this is where the details lie. So in this particular area, you'll see that this has a detailed documentation of an individual student. So not only the responsibility of the team members that are involved, but looking at how are you looking thoroughly at an individual student. And on this particular artifact, you'll see the student's strengths, because just because a student may be struggling doesn't mean that they don't have strengths to start with, right? You'll identify some of the challenges that the student is facing or navigating, the analysis of the challenge, because all challenges have a root cause. So we want to determine what the root cause is. And then once that's highlighted, then there's the development of the plan, and then once the plan is developed, now we want to address how that plan is being implemented. So you have seen us go from the progress monitoring system, the highlighting specific reports, the use of all of the data, so it brings it all together, and that's going to go ahead and take us to component 6. So component 6 deals with the capacity building infrastructure, which in a nutshell aims to empower and enable individuals or groups to become more self-reliant. So these systems that are in place are the systems that need to be adhered to. So noticing on this side, you have school improvement plans that all schools have, but it includes these multi-tiered systems of support. Then you're also looking at, when we talked about leadership in one of the components and their responsibility, and that responsibility lies in the professional development plan designed to include the multi-tiered systems of support. Master scheduling is highly important. If we're looking at intervention times for our students, we have to look at the schedules, the grade level planning, and the team support that's provided for our multi-team systems of support. We're looking at staffing focused on student needs. So we saw an artifact that showed a specific implementation plan for individual students. We want to look at the rotation of roles of all teams that feed into that MTSS team. And then also there's an evaluation tool to determine, are we doing this right? And are we doing this in the most effective way? And that is a SAM tool that is specific for MTSS. Next, please. So In every single one of our schools, we have schools that have strong MTSS teams, but we wanted to highlight specific schools in each of our networks. My school and my particular network is School 7, and some of the highlights seen here that students and teachers are engaging in one-on-one meaningful data conversations. There's 100% buy-in from the teachers in the school and all of the staff on the MTSS process. After identification of Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 students, utilizing the data sources, 120 students in grades 6, K through 6 received MTSS services, and the MTSS conversations are centered on individual student needs. And again, that's not solely for my school and Network 1, but you'll see trends like this across all of the schools. So I'm just going to go ahead and highlight my colleagues' schools and some of the things that the MTSS implementation, the strong implementation, has yielded. For Network 2, School 22, year to date, only one student has been referred to the Committee for Special Education, which is amazing. All school members are held accountable for next steps. Staff are aware that the necessary action steps are completed, and we showed you examples of those necessary action steps. The meeting process flows with fidelity, and the roles are rotated and accountability occurs, and the MTSS team meets weekly to ensure students' needs are being met. And then in Network 3, School 45, the team processes data every single week to adjust programming to meet the needs of the students, and year to date, one student has been referred, again, very similar to School 22, to the Committee on Special Education, and the school has aligned the best practices from the science of reading to their MTSS process. So I just want to take it back as well, because we're walking as we're doing our walkthroughs, and we're seeing some serious one-to-one data conversations happening with MTSS team members and individual students, as well as administrators, and it's happening in the most authentic way. So overall, why? What's important about MTS? Why should MTSS be implemented with fidelity in all of our schools? And it's because it provides a comprehensive approach to supporting student success addressing their academic, social, emotional needs, and personalizing it in a responsive manner that meets the needs of individual students. And the effective implementation of MTSS means that educators can help students thrive in a world where change is constant and learning never stops. So that concludes this particular presentation, and we are more than open to questions.
Thank you, thank you. I'm going to open it up to my colleagues. This little guy on slide 16 is just so cute. I keep looking at him.
Right?
Aw, he looks like a little teddy bear.
Yeah.
I'm going to start at the other end of the dais with Commissioner Griffin at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons. Just I want to say this is a better presentation this time from this group that I've seen in the past. It was very detailed, the information that I truly look for. My question is, the next time we meet, can I have specific data on the MTSS from the schools with numbers and less words? The slide 13, I really like the information that is there in reference to the students, because that in itself will help us gear children to better student outcomes. So I do like that a lot, but I guess my basis for this whole thing is I would love to see coming back with, from all the schools that you govern, I want to see numbers and where our children are at with those numbers based on what you have with MTSS and what it's offering from slides 12 through the end.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You're welcome.
And I'm glad you asked that, because I think I was a little enthusiastic, and Commissioner Simmons will tell you, because I want to bring those numbers to you, because there's a platform that captures all of that. And that it was said, well, hold on, just introduce
We
it.
will. We're gonna hold
right?
on
And
till we
we're
got
gonna
it
get
right.
there. Yeah, we're gonna
That's
get
right.
there. So absolutely,
But
thank you for
I
that.
appreciate this part of it. That is strategic. It is something that we need to focus and hone in on so that we are making sure that we're addressing the needs of every child. And I think that's where we're losing the ground at, is that we're not addressing the masses that have the issues and concerns. And so this will help us address those needs and have the people in place to help them achieve the success that they need. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Griffin. Commissioner Malloy?
Thank you. First of all, this was a great presentation. I'm blown away. And my first question is, how long has this been in place? I may have missed that earlier in the presentation. How long has this MTSS system been in place?
It's been in place for some time, I think, and I have to thank Lisa Montanero and her team because she had to sort of bring it all together. It was being done independently in schools based on the way schools knew how. And I think the way schools knew how needed to be uplifted, and they needed to see what the expectations were from the state, the 6 components, how do we sort of self-evaluate with the SAM rubric, all of those things. So Lisa Montanero and her team has actually brought it together. So in my time here, I've seen this lift and a very intentional approach to this over more than the past 2 years.
Okay, and so every school has had training on this, has an MTSS, the same type of MTSS team that has now been put in place?
Yes.
Okay, and so
Yes.
it's just going to keep improving as
It
we go.
is.
I
Yes.
just wanted to say, as an educator, like, this is the best layout of an intervention program that I have ever seen anywhere. And, I mean,
Thank you.
I cannot wait to see where this goes and see it implemented with fidelity across all of our schools. This is excellent stuff. I think it's going to help us reach our goals as a board. And so this is the good stuff that we don't hear enough about in the news, but this would rank among some of the highest types of intervention services in our nation, educationally speaking. So thank you so much for the work that you've done on this. I can learn from this as an educator. I love the template. The concern, I do want to make sure that moving forward, our budget is, do we have all of this fully funded in the upcoming budget? And is this sustainable moving forward? That was more to our
Yes, so let
superintendent,
me,
but yeah, thank you.
yes, and, part of what we've been doing is making tough decisions on what has garnered impact and results, right? And these are one of the things, panorama, right? iReady, right? All of those things that we've used in the past, that we had federal stimulus money that we believe is going to impact us moving forward, are things that we're going to want to carry on, but there is a cost to it. We don't have that same level of funding that we had in the past. But, so yes, we're making these decisions. Our program evaluation team has been outstanding, giving us information to say, this is worthwhile to move forward and keep going. But then from there it is, what do you leave off the table to make that happen?
Thank you so much. And I just want to also, last thing I'll say, just the multiple data points that you presented, the clarity, the artifacts that you've presented us, kudos, and I can't wait to see where this goes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Malloy. And yes, I've loved to watch the chief's presentations evolve. And I think you, Deputy Strickland, suggested or said that they would come one day. And then the conversation evolved into how do we see what's standardized across school communities? And you have all just shown a level of teamwork that is truly commendable because, my child is an adult now, but, having a child in the system, you want to know that no matter where they go, there are certain things you can expect from every school community in spite of the nuances that exist within each. And I think you've done a wonderful job bringing that out. And we also recognize that the panorama and the input, all of this is the inputs are only as good as the user. And so just watching how we're holding folks accountable, because there's so much that people have to do that it can be a bit cumbersome sometimes, but it's very necessary so that we can track this. And to Commissioner Griffin's point, as this continues to evolve, and your sense of urgency, Chief White, to get the numbers out, I'm loving to see that evolve. I am going to move towards President Elliott at this time, if you have any questions, thoughts, or
Yeah,
concerns.
thank you, Commissioner Simmons. So, a couple of questions. I remember when we were introducing it, and there were some schools that were resistant to it, I believe. And so I think I heard one of you say that all schools are now on board. And I guess that, we had been going through a lot of different kind of data systems. And so, schools would say, another one, but I'm glad to see that this, all of our schools have put this into it's a part of their program, and to get a district-wide approach to where our children are and to work accordingly. Couple of questions. One has to do with, is there another urban school district where this program has been successful?
Yeah, well, the program, you mean and the MTSS
The
system
MTSS,
itself?
yeah.
Yeah, so it's, in the past, it's taken the form of academic intervention services at one point. At one point, it was RTI, response to intervention. It's had various iterations, but when you look at academic intervention and RTI, that is part of the umbrella or is under the umbrella of the larger picture, which is multi-tiered systems of support. So you'll see it across various districts in various forms, and I've been in 3, including this district of the Big 5, this is the most comprehensive that I've seen.
Okay, and then if you can go to page 12 on the slide where we're tracking a student. On week 1, we have a student who's reading 127 words per minute in Spanish, but then in week 2, he's reading 78 words per minute. What's that situation?
So this is
Could
just.
that be in English that he,
And we wanted to show you an artifact of how it's progress monitored, but I would need to see this
Okay.
particular one to
Yeah.
speak to it. But this was intended just to give you a snippet
Right.
of what a progress monitoring system looks like and how it's color-coded.
yeah, but this has seemed that he regressed a little bit. So that was my concern, and, yeah.
Thank you, President Elliott. Commissioner Santiago.
Yeah, I just want to share my appreciation. It's good to see that there's something that's on paper and a plan to be followed by every school. Again, to other commissioners' points, I would like to see some numbers on how effective this is in the upcoming months or the upcoming years. But other than that, I just want to share my appreciation to you guys for the work that you've done and the great presentation that you've given. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Patterson?
No comments, but thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you once again, all of the chiefs, White and Torres and Morion, for your presentation this evening.
Thank you all.
I think that's going to conclude this particular meeting. Do I need to entertain a motion, Adrian? I'm tired. I'm going to entertain. Okay, don't forget to take the board survey. And also, as we transition into the special meeting, I'm going to ask that we do like a 3-minute break so that we can transit. We're going to have a different monitor coming in, so we want to give her a chance to get down here. And shout out to Deja Fair. You heard, hooty hoo. Shout out to Deja Fair from Edison Tech, who just got recruited to the WNBA. Yeah. And I should have done that at the beginning of the meeting, but we'll highlight her at the business meeting, President Elliott, right? So, but yeah, that was exciting stuff to see. So we're going to close out this meeting. I'd like to entertain a motion.
Motion.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Aye. Good evening. We'll go into the special meeting in about 3 minutes, everyone.
Thank you. Good evening. As we continue our night's meetings, this is a special meeting to convene for a consideration of resolutions. We have no speakers for this meeting, and we have resolutions 721 through 726. And I'm going to ask if everybody's okay if we bundle those, and I'll ask for a motion.
Motion.
Moved by Commissioner Simmons,
Second.
seconded by Commissioner Santiago. Any questions or comments related to resolutions 721 through 726?
Hold on one second. Yes,
Griffin?
I do have a question, but I think it may have been answered, but I think it was the one answered from the last meeting for regarding, where we at? Is that 722 you said?
721 through 726 is what we're voting on, but
Okay.
your specific question is for which
Yeah,
resolution?
hold on one second, President Elliott, I'm looking for it because I wasn't quite prepared when you started. On Resolution 722, I just want to confirm, there is, something I think probably need to address outside of here regarding, regarding something on 722. So I don't want to move forward on that part of 722 because I am questioning, and without saying much, I guess the database administrator.
We can go,
Okay,
we
yeah.
could take that one into executive session, Commissioner, if you would like.
Yes, and I do believe, I just want to confirm that the project resource manager, is that something that we already talked about? Was that the one at the last meeting?
Which resolution is that one?
That's on the same one. 722. The last one? Yep. There's two of them. The one is the data administrator, the other one is the project resource manager.
Same resolution, Commissioner? Okay, all right, so are you making a motion to separate that so that we can discuss that in executive session?
Yes, I would like to discuss that in executive session. I think, did I highlight another one? And yes, and then the project resource manager.
So just for clarity, are you asking specifics about the hires or about
Yeah,
the
the
positions? that we're
hire,
talking?
the qualification, standards in reference to, all of that. I'm just wanted to verify some things regarding that. Yeah, I have some questions.
Commissioner Griffin, certainly without going into any detail, I just want to point out that this resolution, these folks are not actually being hired right now. They're in the district and they're receiving their permanency through the civil service process. So these individuals have been employed for the district and they're reaching they're finishing their probation. So I just want to provide that clarifying.
Yeah, okay, I still want to question some things. I don't want nothing to get past me. I just want to understand certain things. So if I can understand that once we go into the, it'll be fine. We can pass it. If I just want to verify some issues or concerns that I have regarding those individual.
So I just want to be clear,
functions.
are you want to hold off on voting? Are you okay to vote and then?
I don't want to vote
Okay,
yet.
then we'll take it into executive session.
I don't want to vote yet.
President Elliott, you have two options. You can just, there are not a lot of resolutions. You could just vote on them individually, or you could just, again, as you said, amend the bundle, and so it'd be 721 through 726, except for 722. So whichever option you'd like.
Yeah, do we need to remove the first motion from the floor?
To be very technical about it, yes, you would have to. So my recommendation is just going to be to just vote on them individually. It's really not a lot. We're talking
Okay.
5, so just vote on each individually.
All
Thank you.
right. So is there a motion for resolution 721?
Motion.
Do we have to remove the other
Motion.
motion?
So would you withdraw?
from the
Yep,
floor.
the former motion is withdrawn, yep.
So motion to withdraw?
Yep.
Second. Okay.
Simmons?
Yes.
And then all in favor?
Aye.
President?
Sorry.
I was so confused for a minute. I'm sorry.
No disrespect.
All right, so is there a motion, can I get a motion for resolution 721?
Motion.
Moved by Commissioner Malloy, second by Commissioner Griffin. Any questions or comments related to Resolution 721? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
The ayes have it. Is there a motion for Resolution 723? Moved by
Second.
Commissioner Simmons, seconded by Commissioner Santiago. Any questions or comments related to Resolution 723? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Is there a motion for Resolution 724?
Motion.
Moved by Commissioner Santiago, seconded by Commissioner Simmons. Any questions or comments related to Resolution 724? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, is there a motion for Resolution 725?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Malloy, is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Griffin. Any questions or comments related to Resolution 725? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Is there a motion for Resolution 726?
Motion.
Moved by Commissioner Simmons, seconded by Commissioner Malloy. Any questions or comments related to Resolution 726? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So we could just wait and go into executive session to talk about Resolution 722. All right? The next item on the agenda is the discussion for the meeting calendars, and we will take first the committee and business meeting calendar. Any comments, questions related to the committee and calendar?
I just want to get clarity on it. There was two different ones. So are we agreeing to the one with the, I'm sorry, I don't have it up right now, but are we agreeing to the one with fewer? Because we have two different ones, the one from November 1st, 2023. Present? Yeah. Because there's two different ones, so are we agreeing, what are we voting on? The first one and the second one, or voting on both of them?
Yeah, let me just take, go ahead.
I believe what is being proposed is a reduced calendar from the one that was already approved by the board. So for next year, 2024, 2025, you would be looking at the reduced schedule, and if you all are comfortable with that, for approval.
Well, I guess I sent a email back. Thank you. I sent an email back stating my concerns about certain things in reference to the list, because I do feel like policy is something that has a lot of things that may need to be addressed. And with the reduction of that, we may not be able to address it in a timely fashion because of the gaps that we have in there. So I'm not for that, because I feel like we could be doing ourselves a injustice in reducing that part of the calendar for the whole, and for the community, and for the schools, for the teachers as a whole. I just think that we need to make sure that we're making a change that is going to be conducive to all and not just for us. Because I'm okay with having more on my schedule. If somebody wants to have less on their schedule, then they can do that. But as a chair of policy, I think that that needs to be. I'm okay with mine. If you're not okay with yours, that's fine. I mean, if you want to reduce some, then I think that is good. But I don't think that we should put everybody's committee up and say, oh, we should reduce it across the board if we think that there should be, you know what I'm saying? It should be, I think this should be individually based as a chair, not as a group consensus. If you want to reduce in your area, I think that's okay. If you feel that you could cover everything in those meetings that you have, that is okay. I could reduce some, but I don't think 3 is doable and not under policy.
These are committees of the whole, so that it is going to depend on what all of us have to, our comments about all of the committees. Commissioner Malloy?
Thank you. And I recognize and appreciate your concerns that you're bringing up, Commissioner Griffin. I think that as we adopt our new governance framework, we're going to be working with the Council for Great City Schools. And just in the cohort training that I've been part of for the last 2 years, my cohort members are always really surprised at the number of committee meetings that we have, and just the number of meetings and special meetings that we have in general. And I think we'll have to see what our coaches say once we start, but I think one of the first recommendations that they will probably make to us is some type of reduction in how often we meet to help us become more focused within the given meetings that we do have on being more student outcome focused. So that might be maybe behind some of the rationale, but I appreciate your desire to see policy, meet as frequently as
Sorry,
possible.
I didn't mean to kick you, but go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Commissioner Griffin, just for clarification, if you look at the first one, there are 3 dates for policy. If you look at the second one, there are, looks like about 6 dates for policy.
What I'm saying is that I understand, President Elliott. I understand the reduction. I would like to reduce it, but not to reduce it to 3 is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but what I'm saying to you is if you look at the second one,
But
that
that's the one
has,
they want to eliminate.
no, this is 24, 25,
Yes.
and it's 8-6, 10-1, 12-3, 2-4, 4-1, 6-3.
Right, but that's the one they're saying they want to eliminate.
No,
Yeah.
24, 25.
Can I provide some clarification? So the email that was presented included the original policy, which has those dates which President Elliott has just stated.
But I'm seeing
The
24,
question,
25. That's
the
where I'm
other
confused.
version is a reduction from that original
Right.
schedule. So it is the other document that we're
Right.
referring to. It does change policy from 6 meetings to 3.
Right. And I'm not saying I
this
don't
was
want a
already-
reduction, like, I want a reduction, but not a reduction to 3, is what I'm saying. So I think maybe we should, if we can look at it as, okay, as a group and have a group consensus, at least 4, give it 4 based on policy and its strength and making a difference on the board and governance. I think we should do at least 4, but 3 in a year is too little. It's just not enough. That's all I'm saying. Not 6, but not 3 either.
I think we're talking about maybe a committee diet, but I'd like to entertain, see when when we're going to entertain conversations relative to moving away from the committees of the whole.
Thank you, Commissioner Santiago.
Yeah, I would say that I agree with Commissioner Griffin. I think that possibly 4 meetings would probably be a good option, seeing that when we have our current policy meetings, they're usually pretty hefty meetings, a lot of things to cover, and pretty timely. So I think that possibly moving it to 4 might be a better option than just 3, but a reduction is of course needed.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Santiago. Any other comments or questions? And perhaps we may need to send this back unless there is another date. And I think that probably needs to be determined later. So let's send this back until, go ahead.
So there are 3 dates that were eliminated in this last version. The 3 dates are October 1st, February 4th, and June 3rd. So if we wanted to select one of those 3 dates, you will have a proposed document that could continue to go forward. So if it could be a brief discussion of the board to determine if you would want the date, is it more an October date that would be more important or that would work better, February or June as it relates to policies? So you have 3 dates that were already on the original schedule. If you can pick one of those, then we're ready to move forward and we don't have to wait for it to come back.
If I could weigh in, I do think if we did add one more meeting, and it would be for me, I'm thinking February would make sense. Right, yeah, what did I say?
You did say 4th, I was going to say the same.
Oh, okay. So if we added just one more meeting to the policy, I think that just ties this up in a nice, pretty bow. And if we choose February, I think that's a good enough in the middle of the year where stuff is happening, where we should be okay. And I'm okay with the diet at this point, if that amendment is made.
Commissioner Malloy?
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't have any particular date other than either October or February would be my guess to add a meeting.
Everybody okay with February? All right, so we will amend this to add February. Do we need to vote on this?
The vote is actually at the business meeting for
Okay.
April, so I'll make this edit, and when you will see it in your meeting documents, you'll see that additional date.
Anybody want ESA, if you want to meet every month, you could take my committee. I mean, I got every month, so, but.
Point two, because we're probably going to be going on some type of policy diet or just restructuring of our committees in general to redistribute responsibilities across the board as well, and just, because right now, I mean, you're shouldering a great deal for the board.
It's
and
important
we
work, you know,
support
and
that.
that's what our focus should be as a board, is
Yeah.
the student outcome, so that needs to be like that, so we're good, President, thank you.
All right, so we'll move on to the superintendent search process. You have before you a document that Rahima and I worked on in terms of just a framework, and if you recall, I said this is just a draft. So it is open to revisions. I will go through it, and, you know, if you all have any comments to weigh in on this, please do so, but this is just what we put together. This is going to be a pretty accelerated process. When I say this is going to be, you all can, I'm just sort of you're putting it out there. I think it's got to be, though, a pretty ambitious process. 4 to 6 weeks of onboarding for the interim superintendent. But we're having our public discussion this evening, and the intent is that we will go into our into executive session to discuss names. We will not verbalize any names at this meeting. We will talk about who those candidates will be, look at 3 to 5, rank them in order. Once we do that, I will contact them from the 17th through the 19th, offer them them to come in for interviews for the week of April 22nd. Look at the final decision to be made on April 29th. Publicly announce it no later than May 10th. And then if you look at point 2, those are some of the requirements, criteria that we are suggesting that we look into who this candidate or candidates should be. And then, you know, we'll make the next point, number 3, is to make a decision about who that person is going to be. I didn't go through all of those criteria because you can read, and so I don't need to go through all of that. But if there are any questions, any amendments that we need to make to this, if you all want to throw this all the way out, you know, that's the will and pleasure of the board to do that and to start over. But any comments on this and any suggestions on how we move forward? Commissioner Malloy?
Perhaps just if we could explain to the public why we went this route, and possibly the advantages of choosing an interim who wouldn't be here for more than 1 year. Perhaps someone could talk to working with our superintendent who's going to be here until July 1st, an onboarding process that could
Right.
occur, and why we decided to expedite the way that we did. And the public would need to understand that we want a full and transparent superintendent search for a permanent replacement, that this is only for an interim who would then not be considered for the permanent position later on.
I did say that in my remarks to the press earlier this evening, but you said it very well. This is a temporary interim position. Because the superintendent is, his last day is June 30th, it is important that we bring someone on as quickly as we possibly can. And that, you know, this person is someone who has some urban experience, some superintendency experience. If we can identify that person, we're looking at more so an external candidate, someone who may not, someone who, if there were candidates who wanted to apply internally, this person as an external candidate would not participate in that process, and we will, it will make it cleaner. Let me just put it that way. It would make the process cleaner if we hired someone from an external candidate more than an internal candidate. Looking for those who may be interested in the permanent superintendent, those candidates would be internal, and we will also look at some people who were external. So I'm hoping that that clarifies it, that helps it out. And, you know, in terms of the criteria, you know, someone, as I said, someone who's been a previous superintendent, if we can locate that person, who's not interested in the permanent position, successful with urban experience, an increase in test scores and graduation rates, willing to maintain the current cabinet members, strong management, project management, financial background, CIP and FMP experience, that is capital improvement and facilities modernization, successful as a leader, strong leadership visionary, excellent communication skills, ability to collaborate with diverse stakeholders, and experience managing budgets. So that is what we're looking for. I guess I was, and thank you for helping me with that, because I was really looking, I'm excited myself and ambitious myself. And is there something on here that we can change? Commissioner Malloy?
I like everything that's in front of us here. Ultimately, I think as a board, and we've all conveyed this to one another, we are looking for a seamless transition. We have 4 excellent board goals that we have approved as a board. It took us a long time to get there. We have a strategic plan that is ready to go. And there's a lot of reorganization that will be taking place across our district in the next year. So I think we need to be very deliberate as we choose an interim, but also in that permanent process, make sure that we hire an outside firm. And that process, realistically speaking, to get the person that we need is going to take up to a year or 9 months to a year. And I don't think we should hurry that process. But again, our students deserve to have a seamless transition with an interim and continue the goals that we have set for their academic achievement. Thank you.
I do have one.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. I think Commissioner Santiago was Commissioner Simmons?
Okay, just one question. Thank you, President Elliott. Just wondering about, I know we've, historically, there's just been so many different approaches to identifying a superintendent. We did the whole thing where the public came out. I was in that crowd, and we got Terry Dade, and then he was gone. And then we've done these great things, and we just don't maintain them. What is the approach to our search, or is that something I should be asking at a different time?
I'm thinking
So are
we
we going to
should-
have public?
Because we're talking about the interim now.
Okay.
And those questions seem to
Okay,
be
so
about the
just
permanent.
the interim.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Santiago?
Yeah, just a quick question. With the language where it says external, what are we saying as far as external? Are we saying,
Outside of the Rochester City School District.
okay, I just have a quick concern with that, and not saying that, you know, my support is towards somebody in the district or out the district, not trying to say that, but I think as we have a reconfiguration plan that has been created, as we have board goals, as we have a lot of things that and plans that have been put in place, I think that it's important as we speak about stability and as we speak about seamless transitions to have somebody who understands these plans and who was in the area or part of the process of creating the plans. And so, again, not saying where my support goes, but I don't think that we should really create a box as far as the candidates, strictly saying external, because there might be good candidates who are either retired from the district or currently still working in the district, who may be really good candidates as we speak about the reconfiguration plan that's coming up and the board goals and a lot of the other plans that's in place. So that's my only concern.
So that brings up a point about then, if we were to appoint someone internally, will that person be eligible to apply for the permanent superintendent. Commissioner Griffith?
I am really, at this point, dead set against anybody internal. I am, though, would consider someone that has retired from the district and has dealt with reconfigurations that could give us a plethora of information on how to move forward. Someone that is someone that has a lot of background and success within the district. So we would go back some time, but I think that we can, and there are people out there that are retired or have left the district that can be really influential in getting us to where we need to be. So I'm stuck on being outside, but within New York State too. I really don't think we should go outside. I really hope that we can find someone here in the surrounding areas, because I think by going so far out and getting somebody outside of New York State, it just always seems to fall. I mean, if it fails a lot, it has failed with several in New York State people, but I think that overall, I think that there's no better person than the person that lives in the city that you're in. So I would hope that, but we don't know. You know what I'm saying?
So now, when you did mention out of state, but you mean that for the interim superintendent, right? Not the permanent. We're talking only about the interim right now.
For the interim, but the permanent, that's something different. But for the interim, I do believe, just because we're specifically talking about the interim, that it should be someone that is familiar with our city, our community, and our district. But nobody inside, someone outside, even
So
if
is
they
there
retire.
so what would you, in terms of the external interim candidate criteria, can we add, well, is there anything that's in the number 2 that, based on what you've just stated, needs to be added here?
Well, I think that, I mean, when you come to C, I think that with the interim superintendent, we would hope that everything would go well with them working with the cabinet and the way it is, but I don't think that we should hold them to that. We shouldn't. We would hope that they can work with them, but I think there's something to say that you don't know who the person is, and if they're going to have a relationship with the people that whoever we elect. You know what I'm saying? I just think that it's not fair to them to just hold them to the cabinet that is already there. We hope that they could work because they do have knowledge in reference to what has happened up to this point. But to just say, oh, we got to keep the cabinet the way it is, I think that we should be entitled to do that to them. That's just my point. I don't know. I mean, here again, it would be helpful for them to stay and maintain. But if they decide that, hey, this is not the person for me, I don't think that we should hold them accountable to keeping that person in that cabinet.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Malloy?
Thank you. It doesn't necessarily have to be a retiree of the district, but preferably someone who has had some experience in RCSD or at least in one of the big 5 school districts. There are a number of interim superintendents out there who live out of state right now but have a lot of New York State experience. And I know that the Council for Great City Schools has an entire program devoted to helping to mold interim superintendents for this purpose, right? To help have a temporary replacement before a permanent can be found. So I think that we should also keep our options open in that regard as well. For the stability of our students, I think that we would want someone coming in who is going to maintain our current cabinet, because those are the people who design the strategic plan and know it inside and out and will be working side by side with the interim. It's not that it's maintaining a status quo, it's simply implementing a very complicated reconfiguration plan and implementing these goals. We're going to be setting, when we have our new governance model, we're going to be setting interim goals. We're going to have a system of progress monitoring that we implement towards those goals. So having that stability for our students, I think, is critical at this time. And I don't want to see an interim from the current cabinet or from the internal operations right now. I would prefer that it comes from the outside. just because of political reasons. I think politics can get pretty convoluted at times. We want someone who is independent of that, who can come in and help our cabinet with the strategic plan to fully implement it.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Simmons?
I agree with many of the statements made by Commissioner Malloy, not all, but some. And definitely think, we need continuity in a transition like this with all of these grand plans that we have coming up. And I noticed some pieces were highlighted. And I'm not an expert, I'm not an educator, I've worked around education, but I'm wondering if it would be helpful that that individual have experience around that piece, because we still have to, and with all of these projects and these major pieces, someone who also understands the needs of our educators and our student outcomes is imperative. And so if you don't have that kind of experience behind you, that's problematic.
All right. Commissioner Santiago?
Yeah, I have a couple points. One, I think that we have to be careful with how many boxes we create as we're speaking about candidates, because we never know how many people are actually going to apply and how many people actually want the job. And so I think we do have to be extremely careful with how many boxes we put in before we even seen applications come in. I also believe that the word external should be removed, when it comes to this process, just to leave the floor open. I also think that, agreeing with Commissioner Malloy, that point A in section 2, that's also another place where we're creating a box when it comes to the possible candidates for the position. And I also believe that we should keep that the interim superintendent will keep the cabinet. I think as we speak about stability, an interim coming in for 1 year, changing the cabinet, and then a solid superintendent coming in and changing the cabinet again will create nothing but instability. And so as we're speaking about this process and trying to create and keep as much stability as possible, I think that that's a really good point when it comes to that.
So,
Okay, so for the good of the order,
Anissa?
I would like to just cover the various topics to make sure we decide if they're going to be in or out of this document, so we have a good framework. So I think, we've had different individuals express, but while it isn't officially a vote, I would probably want to roll call what we are having in or out, so I can make appropriate modifications to your framework, if that would be okay. I think I have most of them, and you'll catch me if I've missed one. So since I'll start with the most recent, and I'm just reading in order, first item is under number 2, the term external. The request or the suggestion was to remove the term external. And so I just wanted to assess the desire of the board as it relates to the candidate could be internal or external. And so if I would just get agreement, or does anyone disagree with that point?
I disagree.
yeah, only because, yes, I do disagree, because we want it to be, if there's an internal candidate who's interested in applying for the permanent superintendent, the question becomes, do we want that person to be disqualified from the permanent search, because that sort of gives so to speak, an unfair advantage to the other candidates. So that's my concern, that we would, I would want it to be someone from, so that it's fairness, I would want it to be an external candidate.
Understanding that, I heard at least 3 people say no, there's only 6 people here. So that would be then, it appears to be
That's the majority.
exactly. So I just want to bring that, so we will keep external on that.
Thank you.
The next point that I have is about point 2A and retiree.
Yeah, I'm okay with saying experience. I think, Commissioner Malloy, you're the one that said that. So I think that when we said retiree, we also meant experience. So
Right,
yes,
yeah.
yes, yes.
Yeah.
That is there anyone who disagrees with that retiree being changed to experienced? Okay, so I'll believe that to be fine with everyone. The other point that I heard is someone familiar with the community, a local area, the state, and our district. So we were looking for some sort of point in here that identifies someone who has expressed experience in this community, et cetera. What are the thoughts as it relates to that? Is that too restrictive? Because the other side of the conversation was how many boxes. So we're talking about interim. Do we actually want to include that as criteria? Or
I would say
we're gonna do a wait and see?
preferred.
Okay.
Can we use the term preferred? Is that okay with folk?
I think preferred is okay.
Yeah,
Successful urban experience or RCSD experience?
I was urban.
Urban is already on there. The question that came on the floor today was about familiar with the community. We can have both of those
Preferred.
points, we can put preferred. Are you asking
Yeah,
for
either
preferred
or.
with urban as
Right.
well as with the community rep
You
conference?
can add that in. I like what President
Preferred.
Elliott said as far as preferred, because that allows for flexibility. So that's fine.
We had urban there, so we've dealt with urban, but we've added or inquired about Big Five. So my question is there something about urban or Big Five or RCSD? Like, do we need to say Big Five specifically, or we're fine with just urban and keeping that preferred, right?
Yeah, I think I'm fine with urban too. I
Wanna
don't
make
think it has to be Big Five experience, but urban. Urban.
Yes, we're adding preferred. The next item I had is if an internal, I think we're firm on it being external, so we don't need to ask the question, or is there still a question on the table, can this person be considered for the permanent job?
What letter are you on?
Not really a specific, it was a comment that was made, and it was specific to not interested in becoming a permanent superintendent. So I just want to make sure it's clear, because we have external, we are going to not have to deal with that as it relates to an internal candidate unless there's a desire, okay, that just went out, unless there is a desire to allow the interim to be a permanent.
Again, my personal position on that is that we can't create too many boxes, you know, when it comes to this. Again, we don't know how many people are actually going to apply. We don't know who our applicants are going to be. We don't see the candidates. And so I think we have to be careful with how many boxes we put
I'm
on
going
the
to
search.
echo Commissioner Santiago, because our luck has not been gracious. Listen, we cannot play with this thing, and we got to get it right this time. I'm gonna go with that.
Can I? Okay. I would agree with that, and I would be okay. We don't want to create too many boxes. I agree with that point. But they would need, with the understanding that they go through, that we do conduct a very thorough process
Yeah.
with a firm, and they would be obligated to apply the same way that anyone else would have to apply.
I agree with that.
So given that, I would be editing 2A to take off the part about not interested in becoming the permanent superintendent based upon your desire to consider that person should they go through our appropriate process. Is that understood too?
Yeah, but I think it's also important to add what Commissioner Malloy was saying on if they do, you know, seek to that position, that they must go through the regular process as any other candidate or applicant.
Okay.
Excuse me, Commissioners, if I may interject, just a reminder as well that there is going to be a search firm that's going to give input and guidance, right, about what the criteria are. So while we're getting some general feedback here on the framework and on some preference, which will help kind of inform them what the district is looking for, we're also going to be getting some input and guidance and feedback on them and what are the kind of best practices in order to get who the district really wants and needs.
So maybe
So-
just strike that all
So,
together?
yeah, because this is my thing, I guess, so what we're saying here is that if the external person that comes in for the interim superintendent job, if we think that that person can be the permanent superintendent, then they just go through the proper steps and policy procedure. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Okay, I'm cool with that. I just trying to clarify.
The last item that I had from the list of questions, or what I heard in the discussion, was about the individual must have experience and understand the need of educators. And I didn't know if we wanted to add that.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
It was something along the lines of what Commissioner Malloy had stated about them understanding the needs of educators.
That was me.
Oh, that was yours? Okay,
So
I'm sorry.
Let me expound on
I
that.
messed it-
And I
yeah,
was
great.
looking more so from experts on the dais, so I guess I'd be, you're an educator, Commissioner Malloy, but you, Superintendent Peluso, because again, these are like big hitting projects that need to happen, and that's like necessary. But in these projects are people and educating, you know, nuances that are going to be taking place. How important will it be for that person to have that background and experience, in your opinion?
I think if you're looking for someone that has experience as a superintendent or was a superintendency, right, they're going to bring some level of this to the table. I do think what is important is some of that transition time, whatever it may be, so that they get an understanding of what is happening here. I think the most important part is that they need to understand the reorg and the strategic plan, because that is what is going to be driving us for the next year while the superintendent search and process goes on to find that permanent one moving forward. So I think it's a moot point once as you look
Kind of implied.
for a superintendent that was sitting or has experience.
Okay, you know what, and I did miss that redundancy, so strike that, thank you.
I do have a question of clarification. So when we were speaking about the interim, we were saying that the external interim can still put in the application, or we're saying that they cannot?
Yes.
Okay. And so that would be the same for internal when the application is out, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
But understand, there may be some, I mean, we have to be clear about, we've got to be balanced. I mean, because there can be some kind of influence that person has who's the sitting interim superintendent, if that person comes from the internal ranks. There can be some influence there, so we have to, compartmentalize our thinking and look specifically at their qualifications. That's going to be real important that we're able to separate that. Commissioner Malloy.
Yeah, and in addition to that and those concerns, that's why, professional search firm is going to walk us through an entire process for a permanent superintendent. And in that process, there will be many community listening sessions and listening to the visions and values and beliefs that our community has for the next leader. And we want to make sure that they're part of that process.
Let me also just, did you get all that you need? So let me ask this part. What is not on here is, and this is a very ambitious and accelerated process, what's your thoughts about the community engagement with this? Now, I've received some recommendations for superintendents for the community, but is there a piece in here that we need to include the community on, given this short time frame? I'd open up to that.
I think so. I think that we need to have input more from the community, as we do with when we name in a school, right? I think that this is important, that they have, just to hear what they have to say. I think their voice matters, so.
What's your recommendation on how to do that, given this?
Like we usually do, we have a forum, and we just have them come up and say what they need to say, and then we just jot down names, and we take it back, and we review it, and I think it's important that we do that.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Griffin. Commissioner Malloy?
Yeah, I agree. We need to make sure that we're out in the community as a board. This past Saturday, our CIGR committee, Commissioner Santiago, hosted a community listening session that some of us were at. And we had really positive feedback from that, and it was very clear from those who participated in the event that we need to have more of those. And some of the parents who were there and other community members said that, going to different schools perhaps and having a different location each time, even a twice a month listening session of some type, perhaps we could incorporate that into this interim process.
Yes,
before the end
and
of the
now
year.
thinking about that, and Commissioner Santiago, I'd like for you to chime in more. We did have questions on there about the superintendent search. Can you talk a little bit more about that, Commissioner Santiago?
Yeah, absolutely. So at the event, we did have a question about the desired characteristics of the next superintendent. I'm not sure exactly the model for us to move forward when it comes to the interim superintendent, seeing how quick we have to make this decision, seeing that the superintendent leaves in June. I'm not sure how that looks. Again, not against it, not but I'm just not sure, just thinking as far as community engagement, how that would look. But I think that it is important as we speak about the permanent superintendent to ensure that we are having events that we're listening to the community. And then also just a recommendation is ensuring that our next reflective conversations that we have is also online to ensure that all of our parents can engage. So on Zoom or wherever we have to do that at.
Thank you, Commissioner Santiago. Any other comments around that?
Yeah, just lastly, I want to say, I think if we did enter into community engagement around the interim piece, it would obviously be limited because it is a quick-moving timeline. I don't know how many opportunities there would be to just try to get names, but be it a forum or having folks come here. But I definitely know that we need to be figuring out what that looks like for the actual search and how we can engage there. So that's where the meat will be as well.
Just hearing some of this, right, just interim processes are accelerated, right, because of the timeline. I'm wondering if, and, is there an email address that could be created that says, public input for superintendent, that they could provide the board with information, with this turnaround time and an interim, right? You don't usually, and typically, I'll say, get people applying to be interims, right? It's how you go out and solicit them. But there may be a method to get feedback from the community to say, what's important to you from an interim? And I think if we can get that out, that may be helpful.
If I may add as well, Superintendent, you're absolutely correct. It's typically more of a closed process. And in addition, a part of the plan is that this person would start really in a matter of weeks to have some transition time. So we're really not looking at the end of June. We're looking at the end of June for a definitive start date, but this person would come on board before then to have at least a month plus transition time with the superintendent. So it's really, we're talking a matter of 3 weeks, 3 or 4 weeks max before this person would be on board ideally.
So is everybody okay with the email method?
Just the email
Commissioner
method only for the community, or having some type of form as well? I guess I just want clarity.
Well, it may be too quick of a turnaround to put a form together, but I'm open to what folk are saying. I think the email is a way in which to do it.
I do agree with having 2 ways to communicate this information via form and via email. I think that we need to allow them to face us. Some people project, and I think it's important to face-to-face. I'm really face-to-face person. I don't like to be blocked by email or text. I think that's impersonable. So I like to have people come and speak if they want to speak. If they want to send an email, send an email. Some people like to speak out in front and face-to-face. So I think we should give both options. And I think, like we did before, we can put together a form within the next week or so, and people that want to come will come. And like they did with East, they came. So I think if we did it, we would have a good outcome.
Thank you. Commissioner Patterson?
Yes, I also agree with that, to give the, public a forum to come in and, speak directly, to us. We've heard complaints about that in the past, that, things we've done, not everything, but there's been a few things that we haven't made them a part of. So, yes, I think it's very important that, we allow the public to be a part of the process.
Yeah, I'll also like to agree if we're going to have a public forum, but I think that would be, a good idea because of the short timeline that we have to either have it, before one of our meetings or, after one of our meetings, however we could do that. Because, we look at the rest of this week, we don't have much time, but next week we do have a couple meetings. So yeah, that's just my recommendation.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Santiago. So we will, Anissa has that written down, and we'll try to find dates to schedule that. We've got our clerk who's on vacation, but we'll be back.
That's fine.
Yeah.
We'll move forward.
All right, all right.
If we do that, please, let's communicate it far and wide however we can, because a lot of our events, people often say they don't know.
Yeah, we will do again, this is accelerated, so we'll do the best, we'll put it out there. And so it's accelerated. The email is one way that they can do it that's probably more convenient for them to be able to do it. The form is going to take some time for us to plan it, and we will get it out there the best we can.
Could be a
We'll just
community
do it.
conversation similar to what we had last Saturday, just a community conversation of some sort. So it wouldn't have to be formal forum, right?
Well, I think the forum, in a forum setting, we don't need to do, it should be like a roundtable setting, but I think it should be a forum like we have here. I mean, we have it, and they come and they just speak, say their 3 minutes or 2 minutes, and that's it. You know,
Yeah.
in
I don't
that
have any problem
fashion.
with them coming here and
Right.
speaking. It just,
That's what I'm saying.
It's more efficient.
That
if
was
they
a
came here.
recommendation that I
Yeah,
made.
that's what I'm
is-
saying.
That was
Just
a
come
recommendation I
come
just
in
made
and-
as having,
like
sorry.
the meeting, yeah.
The regular,
Yeah, like
just
a
having it
regular
like 30
meeting.
minutes before our
Like a
meeting.
forum,
and-
right here,
Do
and
it
just
there.
have it come in.
All right.
Before the meeting starts, that boom. If we come
Okay.
in an hour early, then we're good. If we could do it that way, that would be good. You know, so we have that time frame in there. We know how many speakers, 3 minutes apiece, and let's rock, you know, so we can get through it.
All right, Commissioner Malloy?
In terms of accessibility, though, to make sure we're not creating barriers to people in the public, if there's a way that we could arrange it at maybe one school in each zone that we have.
That's gonna be too much, Commissioner. That's gonna be too much. We un-
For a public forum here, they also have Zoom. You know, people can speak through Zoom and also come in person. And every business meeting, we have speakers on Zoom and in person. And so I think that's a little bit more accessible because there's options.
Okay.
Just for agreement, to make sure I have that, we're looking at an already calendared meeting and already, so we don't really have heavy polling because there is generally the expectation that everyone's already coming. So that makes that a lot easier from a coordination standpoint, from the staff side. I will check with our chief of communications and connect and see what the needs are to make that happen and then get back to you.
So one meeting and then the email, as Dr. Peluso recommended.
Sorry, President Elliott, if we could probably get that email out as soon as possible, that would be advantageous so that, you know, people can start sending the email responses in and we can start filtering through those, because that'd be faster.
Now, here's the thing, though. The intent is to come, that you all have some names this evening.
Right.
There are some names this evening. And what, according to this framework, is to be able to then reach out to them with those names, right? So as we're talking about community input, that we're looking at, if we have names this evening that we can recommend, that I will be contacting them from the 17th through the 19th, but we may need to change that timeline.
I have a
Anissa?
point of clarification. I thought the community input was for the characteristics of the interim and the
So-
superintendent, not names. So please clarify to me
I-
what
So
your
I
intent was.
was going to come in on this, is that we are not soliciting names at a public hearing. We're not doing that, right? You know, we're not going to do that. What I'm hearing right now is that as you all have names, it would be good to hear from the public around what they're looking for, and then as you make that decision from the names you have, at least you have some guiding principles to help with that.
I was thinking
Because that
both.
is the board's decision.
Yeah, but I was thinking both, is what my intention was, but what's your thoughts on that? Huh? Okay, all right. So then, let me just ask this question then. Should we be doing that hearing about criteria, or
I
just
think
leave
I think
it
it
on
would be
the
good because at least
email?
we'll have you know some candidates that we can look at. Then we hear from the community on what they're looking for and their superintendent.
Yeah.
And then we look at the candidates that we have in place and we make a decision of what the community has said.
Some people have reached out to all of us, I'm assuming. State Monitor, Eliseo?
Thank you, President Elliott. Great discussion that the board is having this evening. All the discussion is related when you're going to search for the permanent superintendent. You're going to be running out of time when you're looking for an interim superintendent that you're going to put in place. Who is going to facilitate that discussion regarding all the input that you're going to get from the stakeholders and to have all that information in place before June 30th? So again, you're going to hire a consultant who is going to facilitate all those discussions with all the stakeholders, with the students, with the parents, with the communities, with the politicians. All that will be taken into consideration for the permanent superintendent, you're talking now about an interim superintendent that is a decision from the board.
So you don't think that we should what's your thought about doing the
You can
the
gather
hearing?
the feedback, but you have to decide how you're gonna use that feedback and who's going to facilitate that process.
I'm almost thinking we shouldn't do it, to tell you the truth.
I don't think we should.
Yeah, let me just have Commissioner
Okay, go ahead,
Santiago.
sorry.
No, I think that is something that should be done. We always have public forums.
Yeah.
You know, and so as long as, you know, I think all of the commissioners know how to be attentive and write notes on what the community is saying. And so I think that is still important to have for the interim, just as much as the permanent. We'll do that with the permanent. You know, that's a whole process with the RFP. But now that it's out there, you know, it's better just to do a public forum before one of our meetings, listen to the recommendations, take the recommendations, and as we look at the candidates in place, we apply what the community has said.
It's gonna be hard. This is gonna be hard, and I don't, you know, I'm listening to the feedback and all the thoughts, but I will say we gotta be careful. We have a tight timeline. I'm all for community voice, and that's why I said earlier, like, the meat is really gonna be with whoever the permanent superintendent. That's where we wanna get that community voice, because that's who we're gonna have, and we wanna lift it there. But we've gotta right this ship, and we've gotta make this ship sail right now. We do not have time.
Yeah, Commissioner Griffin, you had some input?
I just don't want to ever think that we are shutting the voice of the community out, and I do agree with you, Commissioner Simmons, that we need to get this boat sailing, but I also believe that everybody has a voice, and I think that over the years, we have shut them down, and that their mouths have not been able to speak what they want, and that voice is important. So I do agree with you, though. I do
Okay, let
agree
me
with
be
you that.
explicitly clear, because I'm not shutting anyone out. I am, if anybody up here is about community, you know that I am. So I'm in agreement with you all, but I am just making sure I'm lifting my voice, because sometimes I'm a little quiet. So I want to put my base on this tonight. And I truly want to say that we've got to be explicitly clear. We cannot afford to go down this rabbit hole that we're going down right now. We need to make a decision, and if that's one forum, then we do one forum, but we need to be tight and right and get this going, and we need to make sure the meat of the public voice is certainly behind the permanent superintendent. I'm not saying not to have it now, but we've got to get this tight and right. I'm done with that.
So my concern is that if we've got names tonight, based on this timeline, I'm going to, from the 17th to the 19th, reach out to them. Then what's the value of the forum after the fact? Commissioner Moore.
I would just say there is value to have a forum, not
Okay.
where we're talking to the public. It's a listening session where we're listening to their thoughts at that time. Use that information that we gather from that session in our own deliberations. It might just be, 2 hours of community members telling us their thoughts, right? Like telling us their frustrations, and we need to listen to that. And then
Even after the fact of, okay.
we're going to come up with names, but we need to take that community input into consideration.
Commissioner Santiago?
Okay. Here's my recommendation. We have our business meeting next week, and we also have a first deliberation for the budget next week. I think that it's a good idea to either, because really quickly, first, here's a question. When are we making the final decision on the interim?
The week of April 29th.
29th.
according to this framework.
The week of April 29th. And so if we were to have maybe an hour before our regular business meeting or before our first budget deliberation, organize a public forum, a regular public forum, as if they're coming here to speak to the board. People can join from Zoom, people can join in person. We listen to the characteristics that they're looking for. We listen to what they have to say. We take that into consideration. And so this is happening next week. And then we'll have the community's voice, the community's voice, and we'll be able to make that decision still on the same timeline. And so I think that's probably the best way to do something like this. Put a flyer out on the board's page, send it to the news. The news is already here. I'm sure they'll put this on their story, and make sure that they know an hour before our meeting, we'll be having a public forum to listen to the community and to really take that in consideration. So by the time April 29th come, we have community voice, and we're able to make our decision. So that's my recommendation. I'm not sure who else agrees.
Everybody okay with that?
We all been saying that. We just keep beating the dead horse. We keep. No, we have.
I'm not clear.
I think we all said it in different ways, though, that we all want the community to be a part of it. We all just want to get through it and make sure we're addressing all the needs of everyone.
All right, so having said that, I think we've come to some consensus around this. Can I get a motion to go into executive session?
Motion.
All right, moved by Commissioner Simmons,
For the
seconded
purpose
by,
of discussing particular individuals. Just a
Yes, sir.
clarification, I'm sorry.
yes, sir, to discuss matters leading to the appointment or employment of a particular person, to discuss collective bargaining negotiations, to discuss matters made confidential pursuant to federal and state law, and to receive the advice of general counsel as permitted by Section 105 of the Open Meetings Law. All right, so all those in favor?
Your motion was Simmons. Who was your second?
Commissioner Griffin?
Thank you.
All right, good night. We're gonna adjourn from downstairs.
There is a resolution to
I
vote
know.
on at the end. Yeah.
Good evening, we're back in session from executive session, and we have one resolution that we have to vote on after getting some information, answers for that particular resolution. So is there a motion for Resolution 722?
Motion.
Second, moved by Commissioner Griffin, seconded by Commissioner Malloy. We've had questions about that. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you. And so that concludes tonight's meeting. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you soon. Good night. Oh, can I get a motion to adjourn? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Did we get who's the one that motioned it?
Me.
Right. Yep. All right, thank you. Good night.
All right, guys.